Good evening, folks. How are we all doing today? Right, well, it is time for some more Rogue Trader, and we get to leave the planet. We get to, well, not the planet, the space station. We get to go to a planet. We get to go and go to a place called Janus, which is apparently my hometown. So we're going to go and do that. Congratulations, pilot guy. Does that mean you are now that pilot guy? Or does that mean you're that pilot guy? Or does it mean that you're now that pilot guy pilot? Not sure which you are now. How do we refer to you going forward? Right. Well, I think we've got a lot of story to do. We've had Henrix rejoin our party. He's been ordered by the Inquisitor to join us again. We've got Jay. We've got Jay with us. She is... We get a bigger view of her. She is our new gunner. She has replaced Argenta. She is not a rogue trader, but a commercial trader. And she has some cool shit. Because she is Xenotech trained. Which means she has our Eldari weapons now. And our Drukhari weapons. But I don't think we gave her the... Oh no, we did give her the Drukhari one, didn't we? So she's going to be running around the battlefield and shooting people in the face. And she also can't be set on fire, I believe. Oh no, she's got camo. Range attack decreases. The wearer's range attack decrease their target's dodge by 5%. Nice. You get to fly a Honda jet. You crazy turbo. Please do not sing Danger Zone. I am not licensed for that. So yes, we're going to go and, at behest of the Lord of this station, go to Janus, get a shipment of food, and bring it back. We are intending to take over this station, essentially, as not in the way that we're going to be like, haha, my station, more in the way that we're going to be the patron of this station. But there's other things going on. Aliens and heretics and demons, oh my. Lord Captain, the inspection... We're off to a good start. We're off to a really good start. The inspection of the ship's systems is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for onward travel. Except there is an issue you must be made aware of. I'm a navigator, what's up? Cassia makes a quick, nervous gesture, adjusting the adornment over her third eye. I've been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the route to Dargonus and discovered that it does not match the ones recorded in the Atlas. It is more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas, one after another, and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colours. It will not hinder our movements, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless. Well, shit. Need food for about 3 hours ago. Have fun dealing with heretics. Fair. I've got a when I finish stream, I'm gonna warm the oven up. I'm gonna stick a store-bought meat feast pizza in, and I'm gonna put some homemade bolognese on the top, and I'm gonna cover it in cheese, pepper, chili flakes, and maybe even some Lee and Perrins. Gonna be lovely. Now we can be certain that the problems with the astropathic communication in the Coronis Expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in your way. Lord Captain, it is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valentius Protectorate as soon as possible. I am talking about Janus, Dargonus, and Kiava Gamma. Charting new routes so that they can be reached and restoring control will be the next necessary steps. No, I'm going to come steal it. To be fair, genuinely, while not like a 747 style Airbus, any kind of standard passenger plane or jet, you could easily land on my street. It is a 1.8 miles, I think, and most of that straight and wide enough to get a plane on. You'll be fine. Anyway, I'm planning to go to Greece at the end of June. Are you coming to pick me up and take me over? I didn't say it was regulation. I said you could fit a plane. Those are different things. Just because you can get a plane on it does not mean you should, nor that I recommend it. Would like that on the record. But no, you could easily land a plane on my street. Especially a little Cessna. What would the consequences of losing contact with these worlds be? Well, we know we want to. So Janus is probably the one we're going to head to first, simply because that's the breadbasket of the region. Losing that would be a huge blow. If we only keep Janus, then we can rebuild from there. Kiava Gamma is lost, so I'm not really too fussed about that. And I don't know anything about Dragonus. This is one of the first times it's been mentioned. So let's do this. Let's do this in reverse order. We don't know anything about Dragonus, so let's check there. I thought that had locked me into a choice then. Dragonus is the heart and soul of your protectorate. It is where the main administrative resource and storage facilities are. And so is the Von Valencius Palace. If you would like to know, this is where you will publicly accept the title of Rogue Trader. Dragonus is a major administrative hub that runs the cargo fleet and keeps track of finances. Okay, so there's a big reason to go there. Kiava Gamma is an industrial world, we know this. It's being managed by Governor House of Garpak and supplies your protectorate with rare mineral resources. Additionally, the planet features an Adeptus Mechanicus Manufactorum. Okay. That processes materials and prepares them for shipment. Useful, but that's middle management. That's neither resource gathering nor resource delivery. So it's neither resource production nor resource delivery. So that's already bottom of my list now. I testify that Kiava Gamma is a world marked by the Omnisci's patronage. By his grace, the manufactorums of the colony are inhabited and committed and industrial machine spirits. Mistress Tolliman neglected to mention that the Kiava Manufactorum also supplies heavy machinery, from forage harvesters to vessels, systems, and components. Little higher up the list, but still, that's middle management. That's logistics. Worst comes to the worst, we have a cargo ship, so... You display commendable knowledge of our world's manufacturing capabilities, Von Kolox. Not the road itself, distance from obstacles. Oh no, God no. It's probably only just 40, maybe 30 meters from door to door on the street. So obviously then you've got hedges and roads and things. Like I say, you'd get a Cessna on there. At a push, you'd be able to safely land like a Gulfstream, something of that size. You'd probably lose the wings on the road signs, but you'd land it. The surface of Janus was altered extensively so that the planet could be designated an agri-world. It is a powerful food base capable of supplying the burgeoning protectorate and exporting provisions to the other worlds. At the same time, Janus owes much of its prosperity to the Governor House of Viat. Under the leadership, the world has grown even more prosperous year after year, securing shipments and taxes while keeping the workforce tightly controlled. See, that, although that's not the seat of our power, that still feels to me like this is where we need to go. If I lose that, I lose a lot. What would the consequences of losing these worlds be? A world deprived of connection to its neighbouring systems and the Coronis Expanse's infrastructure can only rely on itself, and their capabilities are often limited. For example, Janus does not have a fleet of its own. Pirates, cultists, heretics, xenos, anyone could prey on this helpless planet. The loss of communication is a threat to your position. A rogue trader with no protectorate to back them is one that grows weaker by the day. The Voxmaster is entirely correct. You are rogue trader Alethea von Valencius, the successor to Theodora von Valencius, one of the most influential women this side of the Moor. But you are also new to the business of governing. Many will doubt your competency and try to carve up your protectorate so that they can snatch a piece for themselves. It is important to show your potential allies and foes that you are in control of the situation, which is why the sooner we reclaim the Lost Worlds, the better. Give me your opinion, though I'm probably going to give it my own. Rediscovering the Agri-World will supply your protectorate with something none of your servants can do without: sustenance. The importance of basic supplies should not be underestimated. Just look at Footfall. I expected him to say we want to go to Dagonas. I expected him to be like, you need to retake your seat of power first. On the other hand, I am concerned about the rumours concerning Kiava Gamma. There have been no problems on Janus for many years, but something is very wrong with the industrial world right now. Delay may cost us the planet. I trust I do not have to explain the capital world. Losing it would make us a laughingstock to the other dynasties. Besides, the loss of chronicles and ledgers would spell bureaucratic catastrophe. So all three systems are equally vital to the Protectorate. It falls to you to decide which should be brought into the fold before the rest. Okay. May officers have any other issues that require attention? That is all, Lord. No, that's not all. We've got someone who's not here who wants to talk to us, and Henrix wants a word as well. The vessel and crew await your instructions and are ready to depart Footfall immediately. To the warp with you. Okay, right, let's go have a look and have a talk to everybody. Now, Argenta's usually down here.
Greetings.
Okay, so you had something to tell me when we were back on ship. I'm waiting for you to tell me about your past and explain the strange words of that cultist.
Yes, I'm ready. I would ask only one thing of you, rogue trader. If I may, I would like to see the chamber of the sacred warrant and kneel before the relic touched by the Emperor himself. A difficult conversation lies ahead of us, and I wish to pray by the relic before I lay my soul bare.
I've kind of got no problem with that. So yeah, let's go do that. Let's go and have a look at my documents. Plus, I get to see if it's still there, because I do have the feeling someone may have nicked it. Argenta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of the Aquila. If you want to make the sign of the Aquila, it's there's two signs within the Imperium that are easily translatable into real world. The sign of the Aquila is take your hands across your chest and interlock your thumbs with your fingers spread to make it look like a shadow puppet eagle with two heads, the twin-headed eagle. And then there's two versions of the Omnissiah's the mark of the Omnissiah. One is kind of similar in that you put your palms together with your fingers splayed to make it look like a cog across your chest. The other is that you interlace your fingers like two gears entwining across your chest. Just random shit that came from the books. Argenta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of the Aquila. Her eyes are locked on the sweeping signature of the warrant. A seemingly mundane thing, merely a flourish on a piece of paper, unless one knows whose hand left the mark, and whose blood is on that paper. If thou sees a flaw in me, smite me. If thou knowest a fall of mine, burn me. With flame of fury and righteousness, but if thou sees a light in me, grace me. If thou hearst this plea of mine, bless me. With wrath and fury and of righteousness. Argenta's voice is sonorous, as if made for singing hymns and prayers, but right now she cannot seem to catch her breath. So overwhelmed with emotion is she. That parchment's probably got more blood on it than the Emperor has in him at the moment. For I breathe by the will of thine, for I live by the law of thine. I carry thy word, O Emperor. I bring solace to servants of thine, and ruin to foes of thine. Fate of terror and righteousness. Upon finishing, she closes her eyes and remains silent for a long time with her head raised high. Slowly, like the first licks of flame in a campfire, a smile blossoms on her lips. When Argenta finally opens her eyes, they are alight with an uncanny resolution. Rogue Trader, we need to talk. Or rather, I need to tell you something. The truth. The truth about how I ended up on Theodora van Valancius' ship, and about the cultists we encountered on Footfall. I'm listening. Please understand, I couldn't trust you before. I'll tell you the story, and you'll see why. I'll start at the beginning. It's easier to piece everything together that way. Upon arriving in the Expanse and on Footfall, I found no purpose here, only torment. I wasn't needed. The reliquary I had been assigned to safeguard was already well protected by Reverend Hieromonius's mission, and no one was even trying to defile it. For all its lawlessness, Footfall respects the worship of the Emperor. That was when Lady Theodora, head of your dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will in a way. It was from her that I learned about the planets recently discovered by her scouts, Salus Prime. For a rogue trader, the planet was of little interest, a feral world away from convenient warp routes. But for me, learning about its existence was a revelation. Please continue. The description of Salus Prime was familiar to me. It seemed very similar to a world from the ancient legend. A legend of Saint Argenta and her ship. Argenta the Living Saint, she is my patroness. The Order named me after her. She died millennia ago when the heretics caused her ship to fall from the skies. But even the blasphemers could not touch Argenta's ashes or her holy relic, the One Star. But the fallen ship, which now served as her resting place for the saint's remains, would only allow the truly righteous to enter. All others would meet with death. Imagine what I felt when the flash of insight came upon me. The world where St. Argenta's ship fell was merely a vague legend. No one knew its actual whereabouts, and suddenly I, myself named after the saint, came across this information. I realized at that moment that it was a portent, and I must journey to the planet and find the ship. And so I asked Reverend Hieromonius to let me go for a time on a personal pilgrimage. I boarded Theodora's ship and demanded passage to the newly discovered planet Salus Prime. I imagine she was thrilled. Yeah, why did you keep that to yourself? I couldn't just come out and tell him. It was a portent revealed to me personally, can't you see? I told Reverend Hieromonius the honest truth, that I was going on a personal pilgrimage to embolden my spirit. It really was a pilgrimage. It was as if Saint Argenta herself had shown me the way, commanding me to undertake this trial. If I found the ship and set foot on the decks, if I had laid my hand on her remains and the relic, it would have been a sign that I truly had been blessed with the saint's favor. I mean, yeah, hubris, but they're also fucking crazy, so... If you were the only one who realized you were dealing with once the planet had been described to you, then the secret was yours and no one else's, as is the decision about what to do. Yeah, that's probably the best one. Glad you understand me. I had been called, and thus it was my business and mine alone. What happened next? Defeat. The ship's augers failed to detect anything of note during orbital scanning. I was expecting this, though. According to the legend, the ship can conceal itself from the naked eye, and only a pilgrim guided by the pure can find it. What I didn't expect was an ambush waiting for us on the planet. I landed there with a small unit provided by Theodora. I know Saint Argenta's hagiography? I don't know that word. Hagiography by heart. I knew all the legends about her. I followed their obscure clues. The descriptions of mountains and rivers from millennia-old tales, and I was certain that I had found a way to the ship. And that's when we were attacked. The words we heard in the heretic's shrine on Footfall, something about ways, doors, please, addressed to some lord at the edge of daybreak. They were the same words as those spoken by the cultist who attacked us on Salus Prime. My whole unit perished. All those honest, brave people I had led in search of the relic. It was only by a miracle that I didn't perish along with them. I didn't connect to these events at first. The cultists on Footfall, the cultists on Salus Prime, the cultists attacking the ship, and Kunrad's betrayal. What if all these are links to the same chain? What if they've long since infiltrated the ranks of the Von Valencia servants? What if I led those heretics to the sacred planet with my search? The only one who has answered escaped. And that's why you didn't trust me. Yes, Rogue Trader. I saw with my own eyes how a member of your family showed his true colours as a servant of the archenemy. I had already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hand of the cultists and was afraid of another betrayal. I couldn't be forthright with you, and so I studied you, looking for seeds of corruption, or for the light of righteousness. You were wounded. You never found Saint Argenta's ship. Yes. I rushed to Theodora the moment I could walk again, and I insisted on going back to Salus Prime to defend the relic from the heretics, but I was told that the warp had destroyed the old route, and that the planets and the plotting a new one would take a great deal of time and effort. As if there could be anything more important than protecting the faith and hunting down servants of the archenemy. In any event, the route was lost, and all knowledge of it died in the attack on the ship, along with the old navigator. But now we have a new lead. The data that we collected in the cultist shrine on Footfall. I don't care what that reprobate we executed said, there must be a way to track them down. Tell me, Rogue Trader, Will you help me in this undertaking? Will you help me find this great relic and return it to the people of the Imperium? If the curse of Final Dawn is involved again, it's my duty to help you. The cult must be reduced to ashes throughout the entire Coronis expanse. Yeah. So be it, Rogue Trader. As I stand here before the warrant, the embodiment of the Emperor's will marked by his own hand, I vow that I will not relent until the holy relic has been returned to the heretics and the heretics punished. And may the light be with us both on this path. Ooh. Okay. So, shit going down. We've maybe got a fourth planet to visit at some point. Don't know when we'll get a chance to do that, though. Right. Anybody else we need to talk to? We need to talk to Calyx at some point. Where would he be? Oh, actually, High Factorum. Can I retrain my people? Haven't met those yet. Oh, we can just open this from here. Oh, sweet. We don't need to go back. That's cool. Right. You've got a militant's cloak. I get that. Don't need the heavy bolter. Opticon we've only just been to. And you were expensive, weren't you? Yeah, we need... We're already level 4. We need to get to level 5, and we can't afford anything there. We haven't met the Imperial Navy yet. Ancient and monumental organization with the power to shatter star systems and destroy entire civilizations. The mightiest star fleet in the galaxy, yet stretched thin across the vastness of the Imperium. Here in the Coronis Expanse, Chartist Captain Osterius Thorfast would be pleased to see a mighty rogue trader somewhere in the void of the Fabundus system. Okay. I'm not going to read these, I'm just going to go through them. No. I was really hoping there was a way to retrain people. That would have been nice. In fact, I should probably Google it, shouldn't I? Rogue Trader reset talents. There is somebody who can do it. It is High Factorum Yanris Dorak aboard my ship. That would be this guy. We are in need of training. The first few respecs are free, but subsequent resets cost profit factor. Shit, alright. Cost of future progress resets will be increased. So he's the only one I want to reset, so that's fine. Okay. So, now you've got a two-handed thunder hammer. I think I want to take you into that style. So, athletics is strength characteristic. Carouse is toughness. Doesn't say what athletics actually does, just that he has it. Do that one. Endure we like. Daring breach is good. Right. Problem is, there's going to be some in here that we didn't mark as favourite because we did it beforehand. Whenever the enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against the enemy deals an additional 6 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack is made. I'm going to go through and look at mainly defensive stuff. Melee attack deal additional 3 damage if there's no one in his cells. That's useful because he is usually there on his own. Whereas critical damage is increased 8% against not armed with melee. Nope. And 50% wounds, they gain 14 critical strike. Warriors attacked, they gain 1 stack of epicenter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 6. Whenever I'm attacked. Sure, we'll have a look at that. 1 damage deflection, the parry chances increased by 25% of your warrior's total armor. We are a heavy armor, so that's good. 22% less damage to the attack of opportunity. Movements within range of attack of opportunity cost 1 less movement. That's a maybe. That's a maybe. Hey, Jenny. How's it going? How was the trucking? Did you manage to actually get the figure out the objective and the right one? Yeah, I'm definitely going to have a look at Motortown. And if I'm honest, and it might be one I look at suggesting to Wasted, because I feel like getting a lot of us together like we did for Farm Sim, that could be fun. All of us just tooling around in little trucks and having our own little logistic businesses. The warrior gains 6 damage deflection. How does damage deflection work? Deflection determines the amount of damage deducted whenever the enemy hits the character. So that's just I always take 6 less damage. That's good. Area attacks deal more damage. That's already marked. Warrior has not attacked this turn. They gain 22 armor. Charge and slash do not affect this bonus. Useful. Whenever the warrior is hit while under the endure effect, the damage deflection is increased by 1 until the warrior's next turn. It's only next turn, though. You called that tomorrow's problem. Welcome in. Well, it was a pleasure to see you either way, as always. And welcome in, Firebird. You have finally caught me. Cannot dive away from you this time. Enemies suffer -10 penalty to their hit chance with ranged attacks against the warrior for every enemy in a 1-cell radius. Stacks 3 times. Reasonable. If there are no enemies adjacent to the warrior at the start of the turn, the warrior's damage is increased. No. Charge and push decrease the damage of ranged attacks made against the affected enemies. Charge and push increase the damage. No, that's increase. We don't want that. Ramming speed's already marked. While under 40% wounds, this Imperial character gains a 10% bonus to all characteristics. We can't do that once we always take another warrior. Critical hits. It's affected by an ally's non-damaging ability. That no, don't want that. Allies excluding Xenos in the current party gain 5. Nope. Allies with braced effect or affected by the Navy officer's other non-attacking archetype abilities gain 16% dodge for 1 round. Does not stack. The Navy officer and their allies with the braced effect do not provoke attack of opportunity. Useful. Was a critical hit or successfully parries an attack with their primary weapon, they immediately make an attack, whichever costs the less AP, with their secondary weapon against the same enemy. So I don't... This is one of the ones I'm actually removing, because I'm now using a 2-handed weapon. It went speeding, chased by some cops instead. The cops were player controlled. Oh no! Getting to cover. Allies affected by brace gain an extra turn. We know that. Get off me. Use get off me once per round. The target melee attack must pass an agility or fall prone. Useful. That's useful. Right. Then we've got these ones. So athletics is good for you. Coercion is good for you. Medicae is good for you. Agility is good for you. Strength is good for you. Toughness is good for you, as is weapon skill. Combat Master's already propped. Whenever the wielder successfully uses shield bash. See, that I do want that, but we don't use shields, so what's the point? We haven't found a shield yet. Dueling mastery. That we do want. Don't want that one anymore. Don't want Grenadier. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, they immediately use shield bash. Again, I would love to have it, but we just don't have a shield. Will not die's good. Nimble's good. Shield Master would be nice. That's the first attack with a Weber. We don't use Weber. And swift movement. So there's nothing about two-handed melee weapons in here that I'm seeing. There's nothing at all that's like... Could be a melee weapon. The Axe's Sweep and the Hammer or Mace's Harsh Shove cost 1 less. Yes. Could be useful. That's low level, but it could be useful. But there's no, like, heavy weapons mastery or anything like that I can see. Okay. So of all the skills, these are the ones we now have to choose from. I think we go with Thick Skin first. Let's give him a huge parry chance. Then... I don't think we want Disarm on you. I also don't think we want that on you. I think we'll take Living Shield there, actually. That's useful. And then Toughness. Right. Taunting Scream. Carouse. Toughness. Axis Sweep and Hammer cost less, not great. 10% bonus to dodge. Medicae, so you can heal yourself better. I'll take that when he starts to die. He just doesn't die at the moment. Motorsound could be great for the Wasted Gang, but it is a bit of a grind game and progression is client-based. So I'm able to use all my vehicles on all servers, but you can make multiple profiles. That's pretty good. First got chased by a basic cop in my beta, but then Hot Pursuit cop joined, so I swapped to the Stealth Lambo. As of course you've got a Stealth Lambo. But if you have the option. Then we'll take Parry, because we do need that. Right, Daring Breach. Also gains movement, provokes attack of opportunity, +4 movement. The warrior becomes a priority target for every enemy hit by their weapons. Nope. See, none of those are really that good for me. That's the only really reasonable one. 2 Street, 2... An off-road Lamborghini. Oh, my lord. That one's useful for us. Finally get our weapon skill. And then Sworn Enemy's been really useful for us. That means they suck against us in a fight. More weapon skill. Now we're going to do athletics, because we can't... Oh, Medicate is the one we want there. Oh, okay. I didn't... I kind of knew... Now you've said it, I kind of knew that Lambo did tractors, but yeah, that never even occurred to me. Um... Wait, it's not coercion we want there, is it? Is it? Yeah, it's carouse, not coercion. More movement. Athletics. Dodge. And last but not least, let's take... weapon skill, I guess. Right, and then the other one of these we want. This turn melee attack dealing additional warrior strength. Until the end of the kill someone to gain movement is probably the only reasonable one there. Then we take him into Vanguard spec. That's fine. And we put him on... Vanguard gains unyielding. % parry until the next turn. Whenever the Vanguard parries an enemy, they immediately make an attack of opportunity with 20 penalty. Vanguard gains damage deflection against attacks equal to the number of unyielding bacon. Vanguard additionally becomes immune to push. Vanguard and all their allies in a 3-cell radius around them gain the unyielding bacon. So do we want immune to push or more parry? Let's take more parry. Then... more toughness. Cool. Right. He's back up into a spec that actually suits him now. If we need to, we can start taking shield stuff later. Right. I bet I know where he is. I bet the guy I'm looking for is in my chamber, isn't he? Thunder Lambo, the other one thinks about what you say. Lambo exists as an off-road vehicle. I'm not really a car person, but I do know Lamborghini Zoom, not Lamborghini Trekking. Claim your rewards. Oh, I have no rewards. Where are you? Henrix? You better not be in my goddamn bedroom. I'll flip my shit. You better not be in my orgy dungeon. Okay, not. Okay, he's not here. Where the hell is he? There's the navigator. Henrix. Oh, he's right bloody there. Walk straight past him. He looks at you intently and tilts his head. You want to discuss the nature of your mission?
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officer's mess.
Get your car news from Top Gear. Now that's gone, I don't hear much. I only used to watch the specials. Thank you for finding the opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. I welcome the chance. I do not object to you personally, but I find the continuous presence annoying. You wouldn't be on my ship if I had any other say in the matter. No, we actually quite like Henrix. He's not a bad dude. Well, Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. He smiles, but his eyes remain cold. Business then. The cult of the final dawn. The madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Cronus Expanse, and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. And also, I also need to meet with one of my observers in the capital world of your domain. We're not heading there for a while. Why would Ordo Xenos agents investigate Chaos Cult? I know why that is. That's because while the Inquisition is broken down into 3 sectors, Xenos, Hereticus, and Malleus, i.e. one hunts mutants, one hunts heretics, one hunts aliens, they're not bound by that. They will hunt out any. That's just what they specialize in. But Alethea wouldn't know that. You are very well versed in how the Inquisition is organized, Alethea. Yes, initially our arrival in the Coronis Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos. But there is more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I will be able to reveal the truths in full someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. Chaos Cult is in my protectorate. Are you laying an accusation against my dynasty? Lenient towards my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical. Really? And I misinterpreted that then. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I am surprised. The Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who only recently expected the burden of a lofty title. If you don't think that the Inquisitors have spies on your ship and your worlds, you're a fool. I want to know more. Chaos Worshippers. Most often agents of the throne run into lone renegades stirring up the rabble, insane prophets and hysterical visionaries, preaching the end of days, a passing comet, a mutant rebellion, the onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne was spent before we established the connection between those heretics. However, the Cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Coronis Expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people of the Imperial worlds. There is a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close. And finally, they have enough military power to have had 2 ships that we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. The growing difficulty of the warp jumps is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. After the events on Rykad Minoris, I suspect the cult might have built its nest inside the Winterscale's domain, but the latest reports indicate that your protectorate is the one that is harbouring the heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. Okay, let's see if you are accusing me. Chaos treads softly, Alethea. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They can remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until the opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruit presents itself. The emergence of a cult in one of the rogue traders' planets does not mean the dynasty head herself is a Chaos worshipper. However, said that it should be noted that von Valencius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedoms granted by the warrant. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgression. If it is indeed so, it is in your best interest to do whatever necessary to redeem yourself, and then perhaps you will get a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. Cool. The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Coronis Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. Which one? Letters from Kiava Gamma has fallen to heresy. What then? Met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykad Minoris. Do we risk running into others? I have no doubts it will happen sooner or later, Alethea. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with a squad of Chaos Space Marines in the Cronus Expanse and not an entire company. True, usually it's just 1 or 2 Marines. That's, they'll send a representative. Fucking you, Madrigal. Fucking fearsome bastard. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my ship, but be they servants of Chaos or some heretics. Why Archive Gamma? On Archive Minoris, we had a decision that sent billions of souls into the grasp of the archenemy. An unreasonable and unforgettably high price for a small handful of people saved by your mercy. Do I consider it a worthy exchange? I most certainly do not. Will I make every effort to make sure that an exchange does not happen again? Of course I will. Sentimentality is a luxury I cannot afford. I do not believe you lack compassion. You did not stop me after all. Although you certainly could have tried. I haven't said I would not like to be able to afford such a luxury. In fact, deep down I understand why you acted that way. I have yet to eliminate the understanding and acceptance within myself. But I will. Let us apart from these business matters. You once promised to entertain me with a compelling conversation. Surely this is not what you had in mind. I do remember our exchange. For the time being, however, I would prefer to focus on my direct responsibilities. Perhaps later, after Kiava Gamma. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Okay, I'm still being snooky. He's all trixified. God damn Inquisitors. I don't think there was anybody else we needed to speak to. The Navigator didn't have... Oh, no, there was Jay. Where's Jay? Where is Jay? Because we know feck all about this woman. There she is.
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Sherin. I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Sherin. I will watch your back, if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
Hang on, I was getting a drink. Well, I didn't have to read. I was quenching my parched throat. Okay, right. Let's see. I want to know more about you specifically, because you are a bit weird. You keep using words I don't understand, like calling me Shireen. Get off my ship. Okay, I'm going to say number 1, because that will give me a measure of what she deems important.
Oh, Sherin, I did manage to spark your interest. Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
Everybody wants a private word with me. Jesus Christ. The flickering light of dozens of candles plays across Jay's face, making her small smile appear even more mysterious. Shireen, the Exalted One himself brought us together the day you crossed Vladim's threshold. He led us to the cargo and gave his blessing for its return. Do you know what people on my world say when such a thing happens? What's gained is to be shared with your neighbor. She points at the containers in front of her. One contains a polished Aeldari rifle, a rare model, and the other holds an ornate sword. I am sharing what I've gained with you. Please accept these humble gifts in honor of your wildly successful, though suddenly struck friendship. The Wanderer's Portent. That's reasonably powerful. Las type as well. Can only perform Deadeye attacks with this weapon whenever they... You can only perform Deadeye attacks. Oh shit, you don't get a standard straight shot. Whenever they kill an enemy with a critical hit using this weapon, they gain an additional attack this turn. Okay. Interesting. A truly wonderful gift. I accept it with gratitude. Yet more Zeno heresy. We're here to exchange pleasantries. What is it you want to discuss? Our lowest forces are equipped with deadlier weapons than this. No, they're not. They're really not. It's looking in the pool streams. Maybe. Wait, are you not like... What's this? Keep the VTuber hips covered? Is this something I've missed, or are we just waxing lyrical? I've not heard about this. I'm going to be I've been kind of open and pleasant with her, but I'm going to take it down a notch, and I'm going to be a bit stern. Straight down to business. Not even any prelude. Shireen. If there were more dealers like you on Footfall instead of people who just like to hear themselves speak, I'd get twice as much done. VTuber hips has been a thing for over a year on Twitch. I'm not a VTuber. I'm not a VTuber, and I don't follow people who flash hips, apparently. So you're only allowed to show waist up? Is that a thing? So the matter I want to discuss with you is related to my business. You know that I sell Xeno artifacts to interested Imperial subjects, and Imperial trinkets to Xenos. Business is going well, my network runs even without my participation, but when it comes to expansion, well, that is where I've hit a wall. Hips have to be covered. Jesus. Rivals envious of my success, Falco especially. I am certain the theft of the cargo was his doing, but I cannot predict what the Ashmang will do next, and while the Imperium's authority may be fragmented in the Expanse, I could crack down on people of my profession at any moment. Have any skin exposed on the hips. Bizarre. I think I follow. You wish to use me. Exalted One for Fend. Could such a lowly servant of the Emperor use a radiant bearer of the warrant like some kind of tool? The way round, however. Stop. Just stop. Just be honest. If the rogue trader put in a good word for me with the servants of the Adeptus Administratum, I could become an official trade representative of the Imperium. Imagine it. A little scrap of paper will offer me and my agents protection against the Ashmang's schemes. Far better than any reflector field, and even the Inquisition will have to think twice before they mess with me, because I'll represent one of the representative of the law in my own right. And the best part of all is that it will cost you precisely nothing. All you have to do is stop by the Administratum Palace and obtain a certificate from the Master of Seals. My informants tell me that the palace is located on Dargonus, your capital world. You see how everything has aligned so wonderfully, and of course I will repay you in kind. Yeah, but it does cost me something. If you fuck up, it's my reputation on the line. Never allowed the ilk. Do you really think I care? How does it benefit me? Besides being in receipt of my eternal gratitude, won't it be beneficial to have someone in your Ritune with a weight of authority behind them, rather than just another pawn? One slip of paper and I will be able to extend my network to systems far beyond Footfall. My agents will be your eyes and ears throughout the Expanse. I don't want to promise anything to this one. She's a bit sketchy. Perhaps your thoughts will move in the right direction with a little encouragement from me. You must have seen some faction in mind that you would like to establish relations with. The severe Drusians, the hot-headed pirates of the Casa Bellica. You merely need to use the right words like a key for a lock, and people will open their hearts to you or their wallets. I will manage everything, you merely ask. So these are basically one or the other. You don't get them all. Bellica, Drusians, Adeptus Mechanicus. I think we go the pirates. Not a problem. I will have my people put in a good word for you in the right circles. 2,000 for Fellowship of the Void. Because we're already really realistically high with that. So let's get that as high as we can. And if you change your mind about my proposal, you can always find me nearby on the bridge. Just say the word and I'll come. Okay. My intent here is to take her down to Janus with me. Because that's going to be our first stop. And Dargonus is going to be our second. So if I take her down to Janus and she doesn't annoy me, we'll put in a good word on Dargonus when we get there. This is kind of her trial by fire. Even the ones that are covered more than the IRL can, people. Oh, no lurk. Lurking is banned, I'm afraid. Right, Feribundus. There might be an Imperial Navy around here somewhere. Lord Captain, we are once again within the reach of the Von Valencia's Protectorate. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom and your decrees upon the stewards, developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing links. All is now your privilege and burden. And we've got... Is that another 3, or is that just a standard 3? All's okay for now. The Coronis Expanse is a vast region of space where you will travel between different star systems. In each system, unique events can occur. By steering your flagships toward them, you can explore planets, study anomalies, and interact with other ships. To switch to the map of the Coronis Expanse, click on the button at the bottom corner of the screen, the auger. Okay, right, what I want to do first is check Ashworld. Whee! Begin scan. 5. How have I got 3 and 3 and ended up with 5? Ninth grade, Aptus none. Okay, no resources on this world. While we're here, we'll head over here. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Alter Templum Calexis Extension 17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of Adeptus Mechanicus' privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Damn it, I wanted a Calexis assassin. Catch you later, Jenny. Have a good night. Thank you very much for joining us, and I shall see you soon, hopefully. Lord Captain, we have flagship Drusus Blessing with a small escort ahead. They are requesting direct Vox channel. Patching through. Have we met you before? Greetings, Lord Captain. I am honoured to speak with the rogue trader of House of Von Valancius. My name may be known throughout the ages. May your name be known throughout the ages. Chartist Captain Asterius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? Bye. What's your squad doing here? We developed supply routes for Chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of a merchant fleet in this part of the Imperium's territory, yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. Where do you source? Are you asking me to disclose our suppliers to you? Well, frankly, they come from both anywhere and nowhere. We get our wares either from lucky voidmen who stumble upon abandoned and dilapidated ships somewhere in the neighbouring system, or from unlucky ones whose sorry tub arrives on footfall in such a state that it's easier to take her apart than to restore her. Okay, what have you got for me? Oh, you're where I get my ship parts from. Interesting. So where can we get to? There's no point in going past... No point in going past rank 1. So let's put 1500 rep in. Oh, can I? Oh, I don't have 1500 rep. No! Okay, I'm going to put those in because I want this is someone we want to be. We definitely want to be friends with these guys. And I can get Voss pattern torpedo tubes or plasma torpedoes with 19 damage. So that's another. That would replace our Mazo Lance. Okay, and we can get another Mazo Lance and a Mars pattern prow battery. Short range prow mounted macro cannons which fire 4 shots, dealing 14 per. I'll take the lot. Well, it's a shame. I would like more, but I can't get more. So, really, there's nothing else I can do here. So, how do we modify our ship? Void ship management. Current upgrade level, scrap required. Ah, we have scrap to spend. Okay. 233 scrap. Current upgrade level, scrap required. Increase ram damage and reduces damage suffered when ramming another void ship. I'm not too fussed about that. So we've got 2 prow weapons, a dorsal, a port, and a starboard. And then all the usual. Choose an enemy with a narrow firing arc. Does it show me the firing arc? I would like to see the firing arc if possible. How about we take that into main guns? Dorsal is our meso macro. Short range dorsal fires 2 shots. Oh, that can only go on the prow, can't it? Yeah, I was going to put it there. And then we... Mars pattern macro, Mars pattern macro. So those are basically the same. Oh no, that's again prow based. Like, what have I got that can go there? Nothing. No, the prow torpedoes were really useful. Let's take off that for now. And upgrade our shields. Our hull, sorry. And it's going to take, what, 20 to repair? Can't just upgrade the engines. I could just take off the engines and leave us dead in the water. That's our level up. Oh, we can... Ah, we can crew the ship in different places. Okay. So, Supreme Commander would give us the swing ram. Flagship fires in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. Cooldown from 1 to 3 turns at random, can only be used during the acceleration phase. Master Cannoneer gives control of the nearest torpedo salvo, granting it 5 VMP. Void movement points. Okay. Only works on torpedo salvos that were launched on another turn. And then these are anything and anything. If I put... I mean, I am the Master and Commander. I am going in there. I'm the big guns. What happens if I go there? There's no abilities. It manages the ship's various technical systems, including void shields. Okay, so it tells you who's most suited. Okay, so you would give us the expeditious reload. Reloads all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. Interesting. Okay, right. So, what is focused efforts? Allows the use of both abilities of one selected post for one turn. If one or both abilities are on cooldown, their cooldown is reduced. You would give us the swing around. Torpedo control. Makes sense that you would be better at there. Overloads the enemy's shields, redistributing them with the weakest side facing the flagship. If the enemy has a hollow field, it loses several of its charges. Its pulse can also negatively impact other Xenos technology. 25% of the flagship's shield. Okay. That gives us a 90-degree turn. While moving, the flagship may make a turn at 90 degrees instead of the usual 45. It's reasonable. Hello. Flow of the Immaterium can cause an enemy ship to immediately turn 45 or 90 depending on the ship's maneuverability. If the enemy ship has suffered hull damage, this abrupt turn additionally deals damage to it for up to 20% of the ship's missing hull for a 45-degree turn and deals twice that for a 90. Sure. And for you... Vulnerability scan. The flagship's augurs can scan an enemy ship and highlight its weak points. While damage dealt to a weak point is increased by 30%, only one weak point can be calculated at a time. Okay. That's kind of cool. So I guess we're out and about then. Yeah, Grump, that message didn't mean much from Jenny on that one. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Also, don't do anything I would do. A grey area in the middle there somewhere. Okay, so. Cranach. Bring Henrix to Kiava Gamma, so we don't want to go there. Can't zoom out any further, which is annoying. Cauldron. Navika. Uncharted System. Telecos Epsilon. Oh, that's from Janus. Okay, that's where we want to go. The map is way bigger than I expected. Fucking huge. That's the Dargonus. Daenerys Maleficum. Sounds fun. Alright, well, let's go here first then. Chart a new course. You charted a new path through the warp from one system to another. Holy hell, there's a lot here. Standard scanning could not reveal a route to the selected system, but you can still get there by spending points of Navigator's Insight. To plot a guaranteed direct path, click left mouse button on the system to use Navigator's Insight. So green is what? Close. This is an uncharted system. Red is obviously horrendous. Oh, that's the rift. That's literally going through the fucking Maelstrom rift. Okay. Do we head straight to Janus? Ah, there's so much to do. Warp travel safe. Warp travel unsafe. Dangerous. Oh, basically, you cannot take that route. You have to reduce it using navigator points. Shit me, okay. Well, let's take a safe one first. This is an uncharted system visit. There's a lot going... Every time I think I've got the handle on this game, it just goes, nope, there's a lot more. Who has messaged me? Strange. Right. There are pirates. There is space dust. We are here. Do what the pirates want. Cobra-class destroyer. 3 of them. Well, they just get a full turn, and I don't get a fucking thing? Okay. Hello. Why can't I use your ability? Don't want to restart shields. Ooh, nice. That's not a good place for you to be, my friend. Those torpedoes are going to be coming in hot any second. Right. One down. Torpedo control. Shit, I actually didn't want to... And if that's all it does, I didn't want to do that. I thought I could get it a little closer. Okay, they still get their turn afterwards, that's fine. Uh, 180... Fire main guns. Shields are down. Let us... How do I know what my shields are at? Do I have shield generators? Plasma torpedoes. You better run. I thought it was ramming me then. You restarted your shields on your flagship and received no damage. Nice. The engines are out, though. I'm struggling for movement points. If I go there, there's no way I'm going to be able to hit anything. But that will give us a turn to think about things at least. That one's going to run. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch it, so if I go there... Okay, let's try and chase him down. Might just be able to make it. It's inside the turn radius, damn. Hey, stop that. Stop that. Oh, he's not. He's just not. That's a big old hit. Oh, is he already off the board? Yeah, he's gone. Okay, so ain't nothing we can do about that guy, but there's nothing else. We're never going to catch the other either, so just let him go, I guess. Like, you have to move. Whoop. Yep. Okay. A little bit of scrap. Didn't kill too many of them there, so that's annoying. Won't even cover it. But I don't even think the scrap from that will recover my repair costs. It will not, but let's have a hull repair anyway. Noto's tomb and some plasteel. You want to set up an extractor? Yeah, okay, fuck it, why not? Imperium cartographers and chroniclers know this place well. Long ago, the planet was a prosperous outpost capable of eclipsing even footfall. There used to be a Cyclopean tomb station in its orbit. The final resting place of Cornelius Soto, one of the discoverers of the Coronis Expanse. The tomb gave the name to the entire system. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. The crater formed by the station's impact can still be observed from orbit. Soto's tomb became a sepulchre for the entire planet. So the place has neither life nor loot, but knowing the nasty tricks that life can pull, is a treasure in its own right. Okay. I want to shut that down. No. You have discovered some trophies. Some fuel. And some more fuel. Cool. Okay, so we don't have to jump back. We can go this way. I could reduce it to safe, but I kind of want to see what happens when I don't. Wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The tech liturgy and the rite of the machine blessing ended with a data meditation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracle sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. Yes, sir. How's it going? How the spirit of the void ship was able to call upon the power of the machine god and activate the warp drive remains unknown. Yet during my meditative rituals, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. Sacred spirit that lives in the bowel of the ship's mechanism differs from other analogous life forms. The spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god. Remind me what you wanted to find out. What does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the ship is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. Thank you. I'm good. I'm very good. And a nice afternoon. Went and saw Mortal Kombat. Had fun. No. What would be... Okay, you know that episode of Stargate where they sent a probe through to a world that was made of computers and it sent a virus back to try and shut down their radio waves, and then Sam Carter became a computer because it swapped body with her? Imagine Sam Carter is in control of your spaceship in that electrical form, and she's pissed. So she might do what you want, but she also might not. It's not quite Moya. It is a ship. Essentially, it's to give a more concise answer. The ship is possessed by an entity known as a fragment of the Void Dragon, which is a Necron god, and sometimes it obeys, sometimes it doesn't. It's just like that. Okay, no pirates in system, though we do have a drifting void ship. So let's do the routes. Again, no, because Pilot is an entity in his own right. It would be more like a replicator. It would be more like a single replicator is controlling the ship, but not in a it's sat at a helm pressing buttons way. More in a all the electricity that runs through it, all the computations that are being run by it. It's not a computer doing it, it's this entity. The Void Dragon is weird. The Mechanicum of Mars don't really know how things work. They don't understand technology. Or, vice versa, we don't understand how they work and Mars does. We're not quite sure yet. All they know is if they chant correctly and pray well enough, the machine will be appeased and do as it's told. Yes, much more like an energy being. Like I say, when Sam became part of the computer network. Ericrete, Adamantine. So, basically, technology in this universe is a religion. The tech priesthood of Mars pray to the machines to make them work. To the point where I'm actually reading a book called Mechanicus at the moment, and they don't even invent things anymore. They do not have the understanding to invent things. People in this universe who can invent things are deemed criminals. They are tech heretics. You know, how dare you go against the god of the machine, essentially. So, okay, this is a good way to put it. Imagine if we got to the level of tech of the original Alien movie, and then somebody said, you know what? I think the Amish had it right. This is where we stop. This is the level of technology that we're happy with. Anything further is blasphemy. This is it. That's what the Mechanicum are. They are people who understand enough about the technology to maintain it and make it work, but not enough to make new stuff. There's a device or a set of devices in the universe called STCs, Standard Template Construct Machines. These are machines that you go, I've got a data slate, it says how to build something, I plug it into the STC builds it. One of those data chips is worth more than most planets. Because once they're lost, they are gone forever. And when mankind first ventured out into the stars, when we did understand technology, most of that technology was lost or destroyed. So the primary purpose of the Mechanicum when they're exploring is to find construct machines, find the data chips. Because without them, we have nothing. Like, when would this be? 2008? Games Workshop revealed a new pattern for a transport tank, a Rhino transport tank. And it was like, oh my god, we've got new tech. It's like, no, we haven't. We've rediscovered 1,000-year-old tech. But it's better than the 1,200-year old tech we've been using to date. It's a really, really fucked up galaxy. A small human dwelling stands on this barren, deserted planet. Scouts report that an old hermit lives there. No, that's the man who rules the universe. Get out. It's a desert planet with a single house. That's the man who rules the universe. Everybody run. Spends his days in prayers to the Emperor. Is the Emperor his cat? Because if it is, we leave. for a blessing. The Lord Captain's surprise, the old hermit turned out to be a navigator, and when the old man discovered the noble status of his visitor, he willingly recounted his tale. He had retreated to this planet long ago, back when he was still in his youth, and after he had realized that his mind would not withstand frequent forays into the immaterial, the realm of the archenemy. The hermit spoke with pride about how he had worshipped the Emperor each and every moment of his life, but when he mentioned the golden light of the Astronomicon, his voice quivered. When his guests left, he stared after them for a long time, his gaze filled with sadness. What? The fuck was that? Okay. Now the navigators are another one. So, like in Stargate, we can go FTL, or we can use the gate to travel FTL, but ships still have that warp capability. Star Trek has its warp drive, which breaches a layer of subspace. Star Wars has light speed, which is just traveling 99.9999999% speed of light. Warhammer doesn't do that. Warhammer, if you've ever seen Event Horizon, this will sound familiar to you. Warhammer rips open a portal to hell, goes into it as a shortcut, and comes out the other side. And navigators are the only ones who can see through hell, where the light of the Emperor guides them. Warhammer's fucked up. Ooh, we got a void ship. Okay, that looks to be the right team. Let's jump in. Yeah, there's nothing about Warhammer that isn't just completely fucked up. It is fun. It is. Until the guy from Jurassic Park starts ripping out his own eyeballs and saying, "You can't leave, she won't let you." I am home. Fading back into the goddamn darkness. Creeping like a motherfucker. Sam Neill played that creepy-ass bastard so well that even though I knew him from Jurassic Park first, watching him in Jurassic Park is like, that's the guy from Event Horizon. He is utterly creepy. He did it so well. How do we get up there? Is we coming through the back?
Poison runs through mechanical veins. The path to your goal seems easy as long as you do not turn back. Fire rages in an iron heart.
Give me a second. Every time she talks, she's always speaking really cryptic shit because she's listening to the voice of God. Not a joke. Every time she speaks, I'm just trying to open something. Give me a second. The only reaction I can have... Why did that? Of course I took the wrong button, that's why. The only reaction I've got for her is that. Right, sure thing, buddy. And then just carry on with what we're doing. She is utterly balmy. Okay, so we need to find a way up there. I reckon there's going to be a secret door there. Okay. Are we going to fight our first Xenos? This is a drifting void ship. Are we going to fight Gene Stealers? Are we going to fight rampaging orcs? Or are we going to find some Drukhari raider? One is sealed. A formidable-looking door blocks the way into the next module. It's covered in scratches, as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very, very long time. That precludes Gene Stealers. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. The writing above the doorway reads, Main Computing Cathedral. We didn't bring a tech priest with us, but I am damn smart, so I'm going to go have a go. The door of the entire adjacent section of the bay has no power. There must be a backup generator somewhere. Once you turn it on, you should be able to proceed. The main thing that catches your eye about this place is that the state of the wall panels by the door. They bear numerous scratches, 5 in a row, resembling claw marks. Some of the panels look like they could fall at any moment. Here and there you see the occasional sparks and crackling of dangled wires. See, now, 5 also precludes gene stealers. I believe gene stealers are 4. 3 talons and a thumb. I could find out. Ah, no, I couldn't. I don't have a gene stealer on my desk. I have a Tyranid warrior on my desk, and he's not built like that. We have found a drifting void ship, so we're doing Event Horizon. Stomach turning bodies. The stomach turning bloody smears on the wall form a malevolent symbol. The blood seems to have penetrated deep into the metal. Okay, that means it's more chaos. So this could be a warp-cursed ship. Well, first use of our melter charges. Let's blow that sucker open. And see what we got. Nice bit of storage and some useful materials. You've never seen Event Horizon, and you want a good look at how the Warhammer universe could happen, go watch Event Horizon. Amazing film. All sounds produced by the ventilation system create an illusion that the ship is breathing like a living and terribly sick entity. Are we in formation? Kind of. I think I prefer you in the middle.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Excuse me? You alright, son? The priest whose body is covered in symbols carved into metal and flesh is whispering words of prayer. Okay. Red means I can blow it up, so if he attacks me, I'll take a shot at it. This feels like I'm going to get attacked. Yeah, there's a trap here somewhere. Where is it? No, seriously, where is it? The game just identified that there's a trap nearby. I can't see it. Oh, well, that's fun. Through there? I'm not sure. Dark reddish blotches form the word Omnisire. The hour is upon us. Sneaky secret door. Ah, there's the trap. And where is the trigger for said trap? Kara, you're up. Good go. Right. That. Hello. A provocateur's helmet applies a -10 penalty to perception for all attacks made against the wearer and all enemies in a 2-cell radius. Could be useful. Let's see if that is any good for you. I don't think it is. That's the, anti-crit. What is yours? Hit chance and crit. I think it's better for you. But I'm not sure. perception reduces the enemy's dodge. So the less perception you've got, the more dodge I get. Wait. I must have features Adeptus Astartes? That's an Astartes helmet. Of what make? No, it's not. That's weird. That's not an Astartes helmet. Maybe it has additional features if you use an
Keep your wits
Astartes
about you.
for it. There's the ambush. No. Open the damaged door. Right, that's sorted. Your imagination is playing tricks on you, mimicking the, making you see faces twisted and screaming in the stains on the metal. Cursed ship, machine spirits running rampant, and there's probably a Chaos Bloodletter on board. Wait, no. Mad Tech Priests? No, that's 3 Talons. Oh god, my heart sank. I thought it could be a flayed one. No, I don't want to fight flayed ones. Those are nasty bastards. Clutching the soldering iron in his left hand, the priest casually solders the contacts of the implants in his right hand to the panel. Good for you, buddy. You good there? You having fun? Shit, we've seen those before. Those are nasty. Something on this ship doesn't want us here. Kara, again, I'm sorry, love, but you're my quickest. Well, Servo Skull Swarm, key characteristic. Servo Skull Swarm gains +10 fellowship and intelligence. It suffers no damage from area attacks. Whenever it is hit by a melee attack, it immediately deals Overseer's heretical rank mental damage to the attacker. We can get servo skulls. I don't think I've got anybody who can at the moment, but I'll keep that on me. That could be useful. How are we going to do this? I mean, technically, I'm our tech user, so I should probably go first. 45%. It's not good. Do I still have those goggles that give me better tech use? Warp law. Oh, actually, I was meant to give that to you, wasn't I? Go in there. No, I think I gave it all to... You know what? Let's make you immune to burning for a second, shall we? Oh, someone's got a higher use than me. Jay, go Jay. Maybe the Transformers was caused by no common mechanical malfunction. It's possible that the cause is of supernatural origin. Okay. Well, Jay, time to prove your worth.
Where's the profit in this?
Oh, shit, I best change that cape back, hadn't I? Yep. Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
That's the path through. And then 2 of them didn't take it anyway. Ow. That was fun.
Did you want something?
I'm
we
watching
got any
your
med
back.
kits left.
Always.
Each of them only gets rid of one wound? That's bullshit. Oh, great. Okay, my DPSs. Who's there? Who's talking to me? Oh, machine spirits, is it you I'm hearing? No, it is not. There. And now they all go crazy. Oh, shit. Yep. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Emperor protects us. This is a house of darkness and corruption. Inspection reveals nothing. Perhaps the strange vision was a mere trick of the mind. Yeah, of course it was. That's exactly what it was. Yeah. We're not all about to die horrible deaths. Scraps of skin, broken nails and teeth are stuck in the ragged grooves of the bulkhead. Someone made a frenzied attempt to scratch the blasphemous symbols into the metal, showing themselves no mercy. Got hoarfrost on the floor. That's usually a psychic phenomenon. Cursed flesh, you betray me. I am drowning in a mire of flesh and sinew, but my spirit longs for the perfection of the machine. You are in need of ritual protocol of repair. We will mend you. Nah, he's warped already. Fixed it. It's fine. It's all fine. Broken ribs. How have I got broken ribs? Bullshit, and you know it, game. I got electrified and it broke my ribs.
Who would have thought that the lowly Jai Hedari would become part of the rogue trader's retinue? The Exalted One is truly generous.
I used to think the same way when I first fell in with Lady Theodora. You'll get used to it eventually. Want me to show you the way to the least worst watering hole on the ship?
Alright, you're up. So this one, you can't disarm on site. You've got to go find the actual disarm. There you go. Augmented gloves. That's the wearer weapon, skill, and strength. Well, that's for Kara. Gloves have you got at the moment? Yeah, you've got nothing gloves at the moment. It's all fucking crazy up in here. Invalid system pressure. Parameters exceeded. Value 10. New value 4. New value 5. Oh dear.
I'm at your service.
Certainly are, Mr. Tank. Run through that shit for me. Pressure value 7. Pressure value 9. Expected value 10.
I will lead us to fortune.
No. What am I trying to get here? 4, 5. I didn't see what that did. Ah, there we go. That sorted it. Check use 100%.
A job for me.
Uh-huh. It's fine. Fine. I'm not even worried. I don't know why you think I am. Low open melter charge then. I failed at 80. There we go. Kara, can you disarm for me?
We need to investigate. I rise to the occasion.
Thank you. Is that it? Are we leaving? We're going to have to fight the Technomats on the way out? They've vanished. Power is down, so we should be able to just run through that now. Well, fuck. Okay. You're up front. You're going hunting. Back. That's all you. Don't really know what you can do yet, so let's pop you in cover. And who's left? You can go there. No, you can come back here and support for a minute. Right. Let's set up some combat lines. What's this? Oh yeah, let's change one of the stratagems to a kill zone, don't we? Choose one of the combat tactics. For 1 round, all enemies in the area are forced to re-roll successful dodge and parry tests against all attacks. Any enemies that suffer damage will immediately die if they are less than 20. Oh shit, they've got Vox casters up on the walls. See those? Right. Minion Hydra. Front lines. There's no good place for a front line here, so let's set one there. People who get extra cover are probably just you, to be honest. And then we get the extra. Rotate, thank you. Extra crit. Right. Gain your stat boost. Take a free turn. These are all kind of tanky. Did you talk about suffering from burning? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Give dodge rate 2. Yourself. Burn the shit out of that. And keep it ignited. Perpetually. Nothing else from you there. All allies in a circle of 5 gain 2 resolve until the end of combat. Each additional stack increases resolve. That gets everybody. Target gains 18 strength and toughness until the end of combat. I think I need to move forward and do that on you. And a fresh injury from the target. Do we have any fresh injuries still? Loads.
Let's see to it.
But it didn't. It didn't remove a fresh injury. That's an old injury. Damn. Okay. Purge Soul. Damage 1 to 4 direct damage. Increases by 50% against Xenos and 100% against Chaos Worshippers. 150% against Demons. Plus an additional 50% if they are already damaged by the Psyker or any of the Psyker's abilities this combat. 9. Can't see that one. Let's start working away at Archmilitant gains confident approach and end combat, use this ability again, or use cautious. Instead of usual bonuses from versatility, Archmilitant gains 3% dodge reduction and parry reduction and ignores 3% of cover. Attacks score critical hits, but the Archmilitant's critical hits on those attacks are reduced by half. It's popping into it regardless. Missed. You didn't though. Servitors hit like trucks. Wish I could get one on my side. Alright, if I burn you, let's take that as well. I think I'll do that. Give dodge to you. Set you as my prey. Set you to burn eternal. And may as well give you more weakness then. Ara. Ara, my lovely. Let's go dancing. Miss. Oh, you didn't miss. Ow, that hurt. I send you there. 2%. 90%. Okay, that's probably better. That should work, right? We're attacked by the Master Tactician's allies, but not the Master Tactician, and have 50% of their less than 50% of their Master Wounds remaining. Attacks with a single target or strike, the attack does not count towards the attack limit per turn. There's no way that fucker's getting to us now. And even if he was, it doesn't matter because finish the job. Cool. Right, if I pop that now, not going to be enough, is it? I need to move there. There. Okay, that one. Okay, right. Either way, pop and brace. Hey, Tib.
It will be done.
It's fine. Oh, no, that's not. Okay, that's fine. Have that, you bastard.
High momentum.
High momentum. Good. Right. I need to move that. One more over. Give you an extra turn of movement to go there. And then give a stat boost to you cannot. You. Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's silly of me. Okay. Right. Okay. Kara.
All too easy.
Nice. Good crit. Can you hit that guy? No, he is fully behind there. Real life could be nice, but let's go pop. Some extra buffs. Does this stack? No, it doesn't stack. Okay, good to know. And then heal her. Just goddamn, does she need that?
But of course, Lord Captain.
I need those down. Those are causing some trouble. Right. We've already got dodge chance.
On it.
Self. Yeah, let's chain lightning that. Or, if we hellfire that, that kills that and burns him. And then we can set him on fire eternally. Rebuild our stacks. Kara's go. What again? Oh, I didn't put the pop on. Okay, that's annoying. Right, can't get up there, can't get up there. Let's go and deal with you. Force him to try and run away from me.
Safer that way.
Fuck! That was a one-shot. Okay, that's a problem. Go there. Your chances of hitting.
Don't get too cocky.
Shit! I pressed 2. That's reload. That's a waste. Next attack will ignore cover and have double the effective distance. You're my minion. Right, let's see if we can't... No. Okay, both of the speakers are down. Got our buff. Take up a defensive stance. Good dodge, Kara. And a good parry. Nice. Right. My next shot ignores cover. And was a crit. Stacks, there's no point doing that. That frees Kara up. And that's a guaranteed kill. Thank you for the HP. You can go to there and charge over at him. To see the trap.
There's nowhere to hide.
Silly Majos. It's dead eye shot me. What's my accuracy from there? Can't see. About there. 32. Hit something. What did I hit there?
I will do like you.
Well, some damage. Right, your turn again. You now suck against me. Thank you for the free damage. Shit. Okay, the problem there is he just ran through a trap that I can't run through. If I move that to there, it's that on it. Anything that goes below 20 HP there dies anyway, so even if I don't kill him, I kill him. Killed him regardless, good. Right, that's yours sorted. I need someone with guns over here. Kara does technically have 2 pistols, I suppose. So, absolutely no reason we can't run across there. Shoot you in the face point blank. And then take another turn. Disarm that trap. Wait, did that trigger? And did nothing. Bitch. Oh no, I guess she went there and disarmed it. No, she's still got full AP. But she can't have done. Interesting. Either way, this fucker's dead. My bonus turn, I can actually run interestingly far and go and harass these guys as well, who we're not even technically in combat with. Kara is a freaking badass. I mean, it's probably a really silly thing to do, but also kind of cool. Right. If I go there and give you an extra turn of movement, you can try and catch up a little bit. You're fine to just kind of play with this guy for a little bit, to be fair. 17 to 23, 17 to 23.
It will be done.
Now it can't attack anybody but me. And every time it fails, I get a free swing. I really need the counter attack on you. Every time you parry, doing damage back would just make you an absolute dervish. Ooh, that was a risky shot. Right. I go over there. Because I'm crippled, I'm going to be so far away from the fight. Alright. You've already got bonus stats, so have a free go. It's got to chase you anyway, so let's allow that. Henrix, I need you to go and do some fucking damage, my friend. Is it debuff enemies? All allies in the circle go into combat. Let's do bonus. Aside from life, is there anybody we can pick off for a free kill? No. What is that doing? 35 temporary wounds for a turn. That is brutal.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Right. You give bonus movement to him. Yes, because he's already been buffed by you. Nice. So he can now make a run over there. Before I go over here, I want to run you into the room. Definitely not this turn. And you've already been voice of commanded. So let's dock up on you. Who can pop another buff on everybody. Toughness to you. I think I've got line of sight on anybody from here. I'd have to move into the room. I really don't want to. Maybe. Crack grenades, 40% armor pen. I could throw a crack grenade. Not enough. I could only throw a frag grenade. Or an incinerator, which wouldn't work on that. So let's just do some damage to that.
I can do that with the right insight.
Missed. Way to taunt. Oh, it's getting risky in there. He can't actually attack Althea. He's got to... Oh, only for that turn. Oh, fuck. I may have fucked up and killed Alethea. Oh, triple dodge on a plasma burst. Right, okay, that's actually going to be a problem, isn't it? So I'm going to have to leave her back here. Pick this guy apart. So let's move that to there. Okay, Henrix. Can't get you into the room. Let's put you there.
Naturally.
Gas cloud grenade. Eat those dead. Right. It's cute that you think I'm trapped in here with you. Bye.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh, look at that. I'm in cover again. Oh, I pressed space instead of click. That was silly. Still miss me, though. Her dodge is insane at the moment. Right. You've already been granted my buff. No, you haven't. Get your stinking arse out there. And take another turn. Taunt all of those. If he attacks you, he sucks. And if you parry, you counter attack.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Nobody's been attacked by them this turn. Target's next attack will ignore cover. That's not really that good for any of us. To be fair, we're not gunners. So, reload your primary. Clobbering time.
Victory is imminent.
Over here. Oh, he's still taunted. Why? Multiple rounds? These Vox skulls are really annoying. They're just giving so many free attacks to people. Like, every single one of these servitors is basically going twice. I believe he's behind cover there, isn't he? Yeah. Even if I go there? Okay, so this is just a run as far as we can situation. Okay, Henrix, what can you do for me? Can you buff both of those? Has he already got toughness? No. I'll last for one round. No, end of combat. I know I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I just can't afford to put somebody in the room at the moment. Not a guaranteed kill. Ow. But he got it anyway. Right, now you can afford to move to there. Your shot on that. Not. Okay, it's fine. Go there. Your voice of commanded. Your voice of commanded. You're not voice of commanded. Give you another turn. And let's start taking out some of these boxes.
Suits my purposes.
Just realised that takes 2. Okay, I understand why I shouldn't be using that. Has anybody at all in range? No. That won't help. Get into that room for me. Ah, dumbass. Okay, right. So we do 2 things here. We slam the ground. 3 things, sorry. We taunt everybody, so they only attack me. Just out of range of that skull, which is really annoying, but we're not out of range of you. Does that hit you? It does. Nice. And then, anybody who hits me gets hit back. That's a free bopping for you. Ooh, good block. That's free bopping for you. Okay, here's now the problem. That's a free bopping for you. Oh, they're very good at the anti-bop, though. That's another free bopping for you. And another parry. Well done. He's taking most of his damage from just running away from me. Right. In which case...
On it.
Move that into range. And do some dead-eye shots. Right. You are gonna buff people. And start some head poppins on your man there. Quite make it. Keep any debuffs off you. I know, I'm trying. Grenade. Oh, that counts as your attack for the turn. I guess she's not Grenadier spec.
Nothing I can't do.
Gotcha. One down. Nice. Missed. Hey, look, it's a free bopping. Right. If I go there, it does put me in danger from you. But if I go there, can't target you anymore. So let's go there for half cover. Give you movement. Jesus Christ, I didn't think that were going to trigger. That allows you to go there. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I keep pressing space to enable the attack kind of thing. It's dumb.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I destroyed my cover. For fuck's sake. Hey, look, it's my turn again. You ready for a bopping? Everybody gets a bop. That's a freebie for everybody. I am down in AP here, though, so I either taunt or I parry. Can't do both. I think I taunt. I think I just need to keep them here. Another free attack. Can't get into cover from him here, so let's go there. Move that into his zone again. Turn it into a kill zone. Ah, shit, I need to reload. Okay, that's a waste of a turn. In which case, burn the fucker. Let's get some damage on him. Right. Not worth it. Buff everybody. Toughen yourself. And hit. Right.
Watch and learn.
Okay, all the buff things are now dead. That gunner's probably going to get killed by an auto attack of opportunity. Servitors. Right. You get a free go. And everybody's still taunted, so you put up that. You get into cover. Interesting. And shoot straight down that line for me. That is a beautiful shot. No one else got an attack in between. I've only got 3 because of a wound, so we don't do the slam. We do the taunt. Parry. We find someone who needs a good bopping. It's you! You needed a good bopping. Civil Skull's like, oh shit, that's on me. Sorry, dude. And you needed a good bopping. Oh, you want another one? Right then. Now we're now into health territory rather than temporary health territory. God, it's so close. Him dead.
Was your biggest mistake.
Jesus, Kara, don't hide behind explosives. I don't think I get out of this, is my problem.
It's as good as done.
Need Kara to run back or something, I think. Henrix, the servo is on the floor. That is good. Everybody gets their usual buff. You charge, we can't. If I move back 1, can. So if I move back 1 and then brain pop, then charge, you should then flee on your turn. Do I run Kara back? The answer is yes, I do.
I don't have time for this.
The rest can hunt down the Magos. It's tough without all that armor now, are you? Right, you... give you an extra turn. Let's get you back down there as quick as we can. You go there. And... take a shot at him.
It is done.
Right, you're on 3, so that is 1, 2,
I will
3.
do my duty.
Nice repair, dickhead. Okay. Yep. Now we're in trouble. It is blinded, so we stand a chance at getting away, but I'm crippled, so there's just nowhere I can go. We dodge. Not looking good.
Get me a target.
All allies within 5 circles gain +2 resolve until the end of combat. Each additional stack increases the effect by 2. We are so powerful right now.
For the throne's glory.
Kara, we gotta go, we gotta go.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Have an extra turn of movement. Get to cover.
Am I
Have an
getting
extra
paid
turn
for
of
this?
combat. Everybody gets another buff. And you get popped. Ow. Cover down. How long are you taunted for? You're not. I think the Magos has left combat. I haven't seen him fire in a while. Servitor, servitor. Oh, no, he's there. He's just last in the round.
I took care of this one.
In fact, no, he must have done. Dodge. Oh, you beauty. He must have done. He must have left combat and then slowly tried to path back, which brought him back into combat. It's not blinded anymore, so this is going to sting. Oh, another dodge. Right, we've actually got a chance to reload here. Which I shouldn't have done. I should have given her movement. Right, into cover. I'm going to stop giving buffs. We just don't need it. Brain pop you. Oop. And pop a heal on ourselves. You. Oh, I need to move. It occurred to me, I am stood right next to that thing, and that's going to blow. Kara. Honey, light of my life. Save a bitch, please. What a woman. I don't have any medkits for you, Alethea, I'm afraid. Hi, how you doing? I'll pop that. An elusive shadow. Right. There. Pop that on you. Charge in on him. Why do I not get... I don't understand this. It can only be used on enemies with unfinished business effect. This effect is applied to enemies which were attacked by the Master Tactician's allies, but not the Master Tactician. And have 50% of their HP or less. I'm the only one who's done any damage to Adelard. Luckily, he's got a fuck ton of... neither of you voice are commanded anymore. 2 rounds, okay. Hey, guess what? I am free. All of the servitors are dead. Now it's your turn. Yeah, Magos, you will run. Right. Go there. I'll give you extra movement. You go there. We go... Oh, I don't need that because you're already a you serve me. Oh, right. Okay, that kind of makes some sense now. I'm understanding something I didn't before. Right, have an extra go. Use your charge ability and get yourself back over there. You can... That one died of toxic. That's kind of funny. Brain pop. Kara, go over there. Charge as far as you can. Jay, go there. Give Kara extra movement. Kara, over there. Jaya, move over there. Command Kara to take an extra turn.
Watch my back.
Kara, over there for me.
Already done.
Become an elusive shadow. You, command Kara. Oh, no, I can't. Okay. I can move again, it's fine. Move there. Command Kara. Ah, she can't. Ah, that's a shame. I thought I was going to get her to make it all the way and kill him. That would have been rather cool. Is it just a... she can't see it thing? Yeah, that's a shame. You know, let's not gather everybody up where the guy with the plasma pistol can shoot us. That's a wise idea. Right, Adelard. Can't quite make it to you, but I can force you to focus me. Which you didn't. Son of a bitch. Guaranteed head pop. Oop. That is easily the longest fight I've ever done, primarily because that was actually 2 fights, and I just took them at the same time. Right. Let's go a-looting, shall we? A-looting we shall go. That is a marksman's rifle. It is 21 to 25, so it is better low end than my rebels. It's a solid projectile as well, so it has similar stats. That is a good replacement. I will take it. Anybody else over here? Servitors don't drop, so they won't be any corpses. Oh, that's the point. There's going to be so many of these that just don't have loot because they're all servitors. I could do with some frag grenades, yes. I could do with some replacement frags. So he should be lootable. You better have some cool stuff after the trouble you just gave me. You do not. Okay, right. Well, let's organize. Give us a new sniper rifle. That's not the right one. Yes, it is. Oh, like a las gun for some reason. How do you get that? How do you get the servo skull swarm characteristic? Is that just for tech priests? I mean, just for heretical tech priests in this case. Another frag. You know what, a force grenade would have probably saved me there. Let's take that. You are fine. You need a med kit. You need a... Any crack grenades left? No. Stun grenade feels your style. Let's do that. You've got 2 cracks, so let's give you... You've already got one of those. Let's give you a... gas cloud. And you're missing a what? It's a force. You're missing a shit ton of gear is what you're missing. Including a cloak. Yeah, goddamn. We'll have some gloves. Whoever kills an enemy in a 1-cell radius with a shot, they gain 1 resolve. That's useless. Have some warp lore. Why not? Sure. Not really help, but sure. Immune to burning. 4% dodge reduction to the wearer's melee attacks. 10 parry reduction and armor pen on melee. None really good. Let's just make you immune to burning, I guess. Right. Onward. With all my new injuries, they're really setting up traps behind me. Dicks. Oh, I gotta say. Apparently there was a trap there. Fuck, alright.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I did fine.
Can I get you to go first? Because your awareness is higher, and I think at the moment you're hanging at the back. That's to the secret room. Why don't we try sneaking in here? If there's anybody going to attack us, we would then know about it. No? Cool. Okay. Tread carefully, Kara. Restore power. Save game. We still don't know what's caused this yet. Tiberius Marla. Okay. Headhunter's light carapace. 30% armor. Character wearing this armor is 19% dodge. Base armor dodge properties plus 1%. Sure. I am noticing one thing, and I hope you are all noticing as well. There is feck all cover in here. Don't know if that's going to count as cover for both of you or not. Okay, nobody got close enough. Good. Hey there, birdies.
Whatever you wish.
Are you good? The air in the room is permeated by a wild mixture of miasma of both mechanical and biological origin. Blood, rust, vomit, machine oil, excrement, kerosene. All of these smells blend together into such a thick stench that it almost feels palpable. Just as the air here is one mad tangle of odours, the device in front of you is a mishmash of wriggling wires and transplanted fragments. In all the clutter, one could almost miss the main component, a heavily augmented man whose upper body is embedded in the frame of the machine, dozens of wires piercing his flesh. A crust of congealed blood and other bodily fluid covers the man's entire body, but his eyes are open to the gaze, and his gaze is keen. This gaze is turned on you. Devoid of surprise or deference, who are you, disturbing the peace of the holy martyrs in the home of our grief? What do you want? Enough of those. Kill the man. I've seen quite enough. You've been consumed by madness or worse, chaos sorcery. If you don't come to your senses, your fate is sealed. Snap out of it and speak clearly. What happened here? Success. The man's eyes clear for a moment. They still lack understanding, but there is a hint of surprise. He slowly looks around the room at the ecstatic priests, at his own mangled body. His vox hisses as if struggling to say something. Suddenly, the mingled stench in the room is drowned by the sharp, piercing smell of ozone. Ozone is a precursor to warp, and grease. You sense that the nauseating atmosphere has prevailed in the room, that prevails in the room has condensed into a single point of evil in the depths of the ship, and is now hurtling towards you. Please don't be a bloodletter. Please don't be a bloodletter. That's worse. That's a forge fiend. Oh, that is so much worse. When this creature suffers damage for the first time each round, it becomes enraged and strikes back after every additional attack suffered this round. Okay, I can work with that. I'm not seeing any immunities. Start Demon's turn, all creatures around it must pass a willpower resistant or suffer horrors of the warp. Switches negative effects. It becomes staggered instead of suffering stunned or cannot attack effects. Becomes slow instead of immobilized and suffers psi dampening instead of trauma. It is also immune to prone. Demon's machine gains armor equal to its weapon proficiency. No, willpower. Percent deflection equal to its toughness bonus, immunity to perils of the warp, and immunity to toxic damage. Okay, so it's just immune to toxic. It's got a twin plasma! Although that's definitely a melter. They've used the wrong icon for that. I'm in danger. Right. And annoyingly, we can't get up there. So these are now in a weird position. But that's fine. They all died, so now I'm out of position as well, but again, that's kind of fine. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand there with you. I'm going to get you the fuck out of dodge. In fact, you're just so quick I can move you pretty much anywhere, can't I? Let's put you down there. No, let's put you over here. This thing needs to not get to us. Are you two in cover? Kinda. Not from where we want it to be. Let's pop you up there. You. Behind there. No, vice versa, actually. Let's pop you over there to harass this thing. And you down there. Okay. Meet me on the battlefield, motherfucker. Right. Idria, you are my minion. You get you serve me. We are going to set up kill zones all around this fucker. You get that. You get a cover bonus. We get a crit bonus. Forge Fiend goes before him. Really should have done that to you. Damn. That's on you. Might have to do some fuckery with you, actually, which I should have thought about before. Right. Dodge chats. You. Burn that fucker alive. Burn Eternal.
Of course.
You are my prey. You are my prey. And you are my prey. Right. That is the end of your go. Heinrichs. I really wish I'd have put those two in the other position. What does Resolve do? What does Resolve do? Collection, armor, dodge reduction, parry, resolve. Resolve influences how effectively and for how long characters can fight in battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. Specifically after killing is what I'm reading there. So that means that you are my prey. You two are the ones that need to be constantly plus resolve. Toughness goes on you. And Brain Pop goes on you. Can I see your stacks of fuck you? No. Right, Servitor. Shit, okay. That's really bad. Blocking me in. Oh, thank you for the melee protocols there, Servo Skull. Thank you very much. That was much appreciated. Right. Idria. Dodge rate on you. You're going to fucking need it. Give me... Yes, Warp Burn that motherfucker to kill that. That bleeds over onto him. I am just going to melt this thing into the ground. And just keep stacking deg buffs on it. Not happening, Servitor. Not happening. Wrong way, wrong way. Right, Zeal. Least effective. Give me that. I have to run. I have to. You. Voice of command. It was still worth it. I have to run. You. Movement. Get into range. Love of God, get in its face. Take another turn. Buff everybody. Taunt that fucking thing. And make sure it can't damage you as badly as it wants to. then just move a little bit further away. I don't care, just get away. Right, Adelard. Are you taunted? Did that work? 3 rounds of taunt. You did. I need to find an angle that doesn't feck me up. It's going to be that, really, isn't it? Right. Got to be immune to shove, right? I don't see that working. Okay, yeah, that's a point. Don't attack it. Alethea. That is voice of guidance on command on you. Give you an extra go. What does this do? For 1 round, the assassin becomes less priority target. Also gains the elusive effect. Their attacks deal 10% more damage. Partial cover provides the assassin with 50% cover. Okay. How do I know where your weak spot is? This is what's bothering me. Like, that just seems to be above its head. Where's its weak spot? Assassins are masters, blah, blah, blah. Ultimate abilities. The assassin sees a single opening for each enemy on one of the enemy's sides. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, excluding with overpen, they deal an additional 10% of the target's maximum wounds. After an attack, the opening is moved to the opposite side of the enemy. Each enemy's openings that were not hit by the assassin during the... Does this now have an opening? So I'm not seeing it. He said it moved it to the other side, but I'm just not seeing anything that I can do with that. Oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. It's the side with the shield. I see it. Roger, I understand how that works now. Alethea, that's back to you. We want to move that directly under you. Hendrix, can you, first of all, heal her for me? Rebuff those with even more fun stuff. Give toughness to... out of range, damn. Give toughness to her then. Perfect. Right. Idria. First of all, getting cover. Debuff stacks on that one, please. Dodge chance on yourself. And keep stacking those burns. I'm gonna go down so quick. It's already burning 13 a turn. One more round and it's probably dead. So, has it got any exploits left? No. Burning them all each turn. Miss me. And, because you meleeed me, you don't get to counter that. I am smart. Much smarter than you. Forge Fiend. Right, so that's on both sides, so it doesn't matter what we do there, so let's do that. And then charge over to you. Which puts one nowhere. Let's give you a pop. You're on that angle, which I can't get to. Right. He's trying to kill that, really. Yeah, okay. Let's go there. Pop our buff. And nuke that thing.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Abelard, you are good to just continue taunting, setting up your parry, and making him suck at life. You're actually good to probably smack that thing as well. Althea, give me another free go for you, and let's finish this. Goodbye.
On it.
Sit the fuck down. Move that under you. No real need, but why not? Henrix, run forward. Mind blast this thing for me. Oh, that's no mind, is it? It's not going to be that good.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Nice crit. Oh, you survived. I thought I'd killed you. Well, I'm sorry, but... No. Oh, God, warp fire. Particles of the goddamn warp. That was fun. I did not expect it. I was like thinking maybe a bloodletter or another Chaos Space Marine, like a raptor or something. I was not expecting a goddamn Forge Fiend. That alone means that when it comes to fighting enemies in this game, all bets are off. I don't know what's coming anymore. If they're not restricting it to what I would consider normalized stuff, if they're putting demon engines in this, we could fight Talos from the Dark Eldar, we could fight Broodlords from the Gene Stealers. Hell, we might even end up against a Terminator at some point. Like, there is no restrictions now. The man's mutilated body is wrecked by wave after wave of convulsion. Evil. That was evil incarnate. Evil, the corruption that watches us day and night. Suddenly, the man raises his head and looks you straight in the eye. You have banished the evil. You tried to warn me, but I was deaf. The ship, Kiava Gamma, it followed us from there. Is this where your ship is from? Yes, the ship and the planet. The traitors among our brethren, tormenting the sacred mechanisms, letting corruption get into their systems. They turned that which is holy into the unholy, and they set these new twisted machines on us. Their tech comrades. We managed to flee, but one of the monsters found its way onto our ship. Yeah, exactly. This entire ship was taken out by a single Forge Fiend. A tear appears in the corner of his eye. He thrashes frantically at the mess of wires piercing his body. We fought. We cut off one module after another, as one cuts away rotting flesh, but it followed. Its invisible influence, the corruption it exuded, it claimed us, one by one. The crew were merely humans of flesh and blood. They were so weak. They succumbed so easily. We cannot save them from the evil, so we gave the ship to the darkness among the stars. But the darkness came for us too. In this last module, where we intended to make our last stand, then I sacrificed myself. I became a filter, a stopper against the corruption emanating from the machine. I succumbed. The corruption came for our soul, the corruption of Kiava Gamma, traitors, the fabricator sensor. It all started with him. He was the one who let this taint into our sacred code. He was the one who doomed our brethren. He was the one who spawned the steel monstrosities in the furnace of our planet. Rest in peace, you will be avenged. As part of a great force that drives the universe, I do not fear the cold of death. And of course, being a warp engine, a demon engine, sorry, you don't get any goddamn buffs for items from it. The empty shell of a demon engine. It's actually getting another level. The empty shell of a demon engine was this. It was this creation, a horrifying mix of real space technology and the deranged powers of the warp that disturbed the ship's systems and twisted the tech priests' minds. Standard armor. Hello. A diagnoster. 50% Medicaid, really good. Requires heretical votary. The wearer of this cloak gains a psychic power, which allows them to sacrifice from 3 to 9 wounds to immediately teleport to any cell within a 4 radius. Nope. No, we don't do sacrificing shit. Right, plus to Medicaid is for you. Diagnoster. Cool. More standard armor. The other was a servitor and skull, so they're not going to have anything. So we've got some level ups to do. At least one. Okay. So we're on a standard talent upgrade. Crossfire zone. Use a stratagem on the frontline area. Grants allies in that area 30% increased dodge. Oh, okay. So we need to go through these on you because you've got a lot more now. Adjusting frontline. If there are more allies than enemies, if there are more enemies than allies in the frontline area, all allies in the area gain 8% parry and dodge. If there are more allies than enemies, they do more damage. It's pretty good. Use a stratagem on the front line, gains all allies 30% increased dodge. Use a stratagem on the rear, also makes the allies in that lowest priority. That's really good. Use a stratagem on a combat tactics area granted by allies in there. 4 deflection against the next melee. Only against the next, that's not that good. Allies including the grand strat in the same combat gain 5 perception and agility. That's reasonable. Oh, no, that's with the Grand Strategist. No, we don't want that. Combat bonuses are increased by 5% if the area was not moved. What are the combat bonuses? Reasonable. Okay. Yeah, that's reasonable. Every time the combat tactics area is affected by a stratagem, all allies in the area gain 1 movement the following turn, stacking with itself. Stratagem on a backline area grants allies 8% increased critical against enemies they are protected from cover from. Yes. Enemies in the same combat tactic with the Grand. No, don't want that. If there are no enemies in the backline area, the first attack in the turn made by every ally in that area costs -1 AP. Reasonable. Start a combat Grand Strategist gains 1 random unknown stratagem and can use it until the end of combat for 0 AP. What does the unknown stratagem do? I would like to know. Rerolls forced by kill zones are made with an additional 15% penalty. Yes. Using a stratagem, an all allies ability moves 1 cell. Nope. First stratagem used in a turn can be used a second time for 0 AP. Nah. Allies gain the ability to reposition the combat tactics area they are currently in at a cost of 1 AP. No. Allies in the rear area are healed by medkits for 15% more, and gain the same temporary wounds. No. Allies in the rear gain 8% critical if there are no enemies in a 5 cell. Yes, because that's what we're using it for. Every enemy killed in the frontline area increases all bonuses of combat tactics by 1 until the end of combat. Doesn't say it's not stacking. Each time a Grand Strategist uses a stratagem, they gain a stack of strategic perfection. At 6 stacks, the next stratagem applies the benefits of all stratagems known by the Grand Strategist. Then all stacks are removed. That's really good. Using a stratagem area for a second time in a turn refunds 1 AP. Once per turn. Nope. It allows Grand Strategists to use all officer abilities on allies regardless of distance. This is all the normal stuff. Not seeing anything new in here. Nope. Right. Honestly, there was one really good one in there, and it was that. We do move our strategic zones around a lot, especially in boss fights. While the Vanguard has at least one temporary wound, they gain 12% parry. Fucking yes. All enemies in a 2-cell around the Vanguard suffer dodge and parry against all attacks except the Vanguards. If any of these enemies consider the Vanguard priority target, they suffer an additional 11% penalty instead. Okay. Each stack of unyielding bacon additionally increases armor and parry. How do we get unyielding bacon again? I can't remember how we get that. Ooh, that's a new one. What's that? Oh, that is unyielding beacon. Okay. Right. Each attack against the Vanguard grants them 1 stack of unyielding beacon. Each stack increases their resolve by 1 to a maximum of 15. All allies in gain a fifth of that bonus. Applied to the Vanguard now stack, but only remain. Okay, so every time I get... What that means is every time I get attacked... It's not that one. Every time I get attacked, I gain a plus 1% additional armor and parry. Up to a maximum of... Oh no, it's only the resolve that goes... Oh, because that technically could be infinite then. Okay. Critical hits deal 29% less damage. Nope. Allies affected by the Vanguard's abilities gain 5% armor. No. The Vanguard gains 19% parry against enemies that consider me priority target. That's really good. Whenever the Vanguard hits an enemy with an attack of opportunity, the enemy must make a willpower resistant. On a failed, the Vanguard becomes the enemy's priority target. Try and run away and no. Start the Vanguard's turn. Before their temporary wounds are lost, the Vanguard gains a number of temporary wounds. Oh, that boosts my strength. That's really good. Each enemy that considers the Vanguard priority target, the Vanguard's armor is increased by 5%, yes. Defensive stance. Is that defensive stance? Defensive stance now has a -10 penalty to weapon skill for attack of opportunities granted by this ability instead of -20. These attacks of opportunity deal an additional 7 damage. That's kind of the only way he's dealing damage, so that's good. While the Vanguard has at least one ally in a 2-cell, he gains 10%. All allies affected by Vanguard but not the Vanguard are 8% less likely to suffer crits. Once per round, whenever an enemy hits that considers the Vanguard a priority target enters a cell adjacent to the Vanguard, they provoke an attack of opportunity. That's a maybe. Whenever the attack made by an ally hits the Vanguard, for the first time in a round, the attack deals no damage. Nope, not bothered about that. While at maximum stacks of unyielding bacon, the Vanguard gains 7 resolve now. Whenever the Vanguard ally in a 2-cell radius around them is hit... Nope, that's rubbish. Okay, so that's now back to the basic stuff. So you've got loads we want to pick from. But honestly, I think that just improves... we saw how much parry the enemy was getting on our counter parries. So I think we take that. Yeah, and then and then taunting next time. You are level 18. You can nearly go up a rank. Whenever a prey is killed, all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the prey have their agility reduced. Nah. Bounty Hunter scores a critical hit, they gain 5 armor pen. Nah. Enemies killed by a critical scored by the Bounty Hunter or an ally. The Bounty Hunter gains difficulty tier damage bonus. Gains +2 times difficulty, so 10% realistically on average. Whenever the Bounty Hunter scores a critical hit, the target's armor is reduced by 3%, by -3 plus target difficulty tier. The end of combat. This stacks. That's actually good. Pop that one in my maybes. Whenever an ally kills prey, the Bounty Hunter gains half the bonuses granted by... Okay, that's kind of okay. Whenever the Bounty Hunter is attacked by... in melee... No. Whenever the Bounty Hunter hits an enemy with an attack, they afflict the catch. Does that count psychic stuff? No. Specifically ranged and melee, so no. Willpower does not matter. What does catch do? Stacking percentage penalty to their armor and dodge. Reasonable. That's kind of cool, to be fair. Critical chain. Whenever the Bounty Hunter kills an enemy with a critical hit, all allies in a 7 gain difficulty tier crit chance. Critical hit first time in a round, they gain difficulty movement. Bounty Hunter kills an enemy whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher. The Bounty Hunter immediately reloads their weapons and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. Good for a sniper, not good for us. That gains plus 50% over pen, but deals only 17% of the usual damage. First critical hit in a round grants their allies bonus to armor pen. Don't use single shot. Gains an additional 2 AP. But I can't use additional attacks with her, so it's not that good. It's a possible, but it's not a great. 8% critical chance against enemies afflicted with more than one prey trail immobilized. Prey deals damage to the Bounty Hunter. Prey is not being trailed. He's killed by an ally. The Bounty Hunter gains an extra turn with half their MP and AP. The Bounty Hunter cannot attack during this extra turn. Then no, it's useless. Start of the Bounty Hunter's turn, they gain 2 movement points for each ally who is adjacent to a prey. I can see what they're doing with this, but the idea of a Psyker being, like a ranged Psyker doesn't really benefit. I may have to look at respecking her. She's not gaining anything from it. Bit weird. It's like I'm getting crit chance, but what I gain from the crit chance doesn't really benefit me in any other way. Psyker's ability to give 15% crit chance. The first critical hit removes this effect. Maybe. As under the effect of at least one psychic power applied by this psychic, gain additional 9 armor pen. Every 9th, nope. Oh, maybe, actually, because that means that every time... I mean, we saw in that one combat, each turn, he was getting a... But then again, what's the additional AP do? The additional AP doesn't help us, so that's a maybe. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a -21%. Nope. Psyche uses divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect. That ally gains unnatural luck. When the ally suffers a critical hit, it becomes a normal hit instead. Nope. Enemies that have failed a willpower test against the Psyker get diminishing returns. No, I think we're struggling to find stuff for you. Whenever a psychic power used by the Psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells of the initial target suffers half the damage. Time it does not. That was one we looked at quite early, wasn't it? Psyker deals 24% additional armor damage, additional armor against fire damage. This and half this amount as additional armor against energy damage from las melter and plasma weapons. Oh, no, that's against me. We don't want that. Psyker uses Psychic Power. All enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 8. See, if I was a melee Psyker running in and, batting people with a sword, the Bounty Hunter would work. Against 8 creatures in one combat, the Psyker's next attack, including Psychic Powers, will cost 0 AP and will not count towards attack limit. Psyker is burning. Nope. And maybe that. So, favourites. What have we got? If Edge of Fate is per ally, at the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain 15% critical hit. But does losing it does getting a single crit hit lose it for the rest as well? If so, that sucks. I can use damage while being threatened. I think we take Mental Breach. She's basically our boss killer. So let's pop her on Mental Breach. An eye for the unscathed. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the assassin gains 20% dodge and dodge reduction against that enemy until the end of the turn. Not great. Assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack. This attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by 10% until the end of the assassin's turn. Does not stack. The enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies. At the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy, on whichever side is closest to the assassin. That's useful. Each use of aim for an opening on the same target reduces the target's dodge and dodge reduction by 10%. Maybe for bosses. Gains plus lethality chance to deal 5% of the target's maximum wounds, more damage when hitting an opening. Yep, that's just stacking damage. Every turn, the first use of an assassin ability costs 0. Fucking yes. Start of the assassin's turn, all enemies that do not have assassin in their line of sight suffer an unsuspected effect. Creature's chance to be hit and critically increased by 7. Reasonable. Every 10 damage dealt by the assassin's attack, that attack also deals an additional +1 to the same target. So hit for 40, it actually becomes 44. Just stacking damage, useful. Deals direct damage, the target must pass an agility test with a 12 penalty or become slowed. Maybe. The assassin is elusive at the start of their turn. They gain +4 movement and 10 lethality. Fucking yes. Each successful dodge grants the assassins +6% damage. Yes. Whenever the assassin deals direct damage to an enemy, the enemy suffers 1 stack of vulnerable. Characters can receive various damage over... that's one. Character suffers a number of vulnerable stacks times 3% more damage. So that's again just stacking damage. Good for bosses, but not great for the little ones. There's no more than one enemy. No more than one adjacent enemy. An enemy that moves into the cell of the assassin must pass an agility or fall prone. Possible and become immobilized until the start of their next turn. Reasonable, but not great. It's no more than one. Yeah, if it's no more than one, I don't want that. That's too much. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, the assassin's damage is increased by 3% until the end of combat. The enemy's last damage by the assassin suffers the witness effect. If this creature does not have the assassin in its line of sight at the end of the assassin's turn, it suffers 3% of the maximum base damage of the assassin's current weapon. 3% is kind of crappy. Whenever the assassin deals 5 or more direct damage to an enemy in a single attack, you gain 10 lethality. Jesus, that's nuts. A specific assassin parameter that is equal to the dodge or dodge reduction. It's actually kind of freaking nuts. Assassin has no allies within 5 cells. They gain 10 dodge and dodge reduction. Hits a target with an attack that has 100% lethality or greater for the first time in a round. The assassin immediately gains AP spent. That's late game, but maybe. Assassin hits an enemy without hitting an enemy opening. The assassin gains 12 dodge until the start of the next turn. Then gains 15 lethality against enemies that have any of the following effects: slowed, immobilized, or hemorrhage. The bonus is gained for each of these effects, but cannot exceed 45. Okay. I want... Which one was it? It was the one that makes the AP. Elusive speed. No. Dodge. Where's the -1 AP to assassin skills? Every turn, the first use of assassin ability costs -1 AP. Yes. Because then I can go elusive every turn. What do we got for you? We don't actually have any favourites for you, do we? More damage and heals more wounds. Minimum stacks is 7. That's cool. Use 5% dodge against attacks made by allies. No. Ooh, that's a really good one to chain into. Letting people heal themselves. Critical hit scored by the Grantsman. Momentum equal to resolve divided by 2. Shit, that's kind of cool. Okay, that's good. Then the job gets a plus what's finished the job. Can only be used on... Oh, yes, if someone's hit it and I haven't and it's below... Okay, that's kind of good. Yeah, that's really good, actually. Spend tactical advantage on abilities. The critical damage dealt by the master is increased by 1% for each stack. So it reloads a weapon. All allies within 3 cell also reload their weapons. As the next critical attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of attack. Loses half of those stacks. And it ignores cover and dodge. Yes. I'm genuinely tempted to give her a sniper rifle. Like, really tempted to give her a sniper rifle and keep her on the back with me. Let's take perfect finish. Well, next time I think I know what I'm taking. Oh. Need to replace the hydraulics on this goddamn chair. Okay. You got anything cool? Versatility. Oh, yeah, switching attack types, isn't it? That's reasonable. Realistically, I want to look at warp powers. Right. Psyker's armor increases by 5%. No. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer damage. No. For the first time, the momentum reached 200 during the Psyker's turn. No. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight increase the Psyker's damage by 1%, stacking. Maybe. Psyker's Psi rating is increased by 1 until the end of combat every time he uses a heroic act. Nah. Psyker's critical hit chance is increased by 4, maybe. Force weapons deal 3 more damage and have more armor pen. Use of heroic, no. Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the Psyker is in cover. All resistance tests suffer a penalty. Range of 2 cells or more, have their range increased. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points. If the talent reduces... No. In the first round of every combat, all psychic powers to the Biomancy discipline cost less action points. Which is kind of good. Psyker is healed or heals an ally. If the character being healed is already at full wounds, that character instead gains temporary wounds. That's also useful. Effect applied to Psyker increases damage suffered by a target. No. Whenever the Psyker heals himself or another with a psychic power or the effect of a psychic power, this healing can critical. 17% chance. The amount healed is the same value as critical damage. Psyker's allies and Psyker themselves are under the effects of psychic powers. They gain toughness. I think we take that. We can start granting people temporary wounds. That'd be cool. Right. Just because we haven't done it yet. Take that thing out. No, do something. Is there anything... Oh, is it not actually dead?
I'll make it happen.
Oh, it would have... Okay, second shot would have... Got it. Yeah. Right. Probably. Reload. And there is nothing else in the room. I think we're good to go. Fuck out of this shithole. Nuke it from orbit as we're leaving. Oh, stop. Can we not blow this thing up? No, apparently not. Begin the scans. Just EXP, there's nothing here. Just a dead world. A Jovian. Fuel. Provisions. Do you want to to start producing provisions? Probably not, actually. We'll go as cash. Yeah, I will take those. We can always get more of these things. Let's just lob them down. I hope I don't have to come back and pick these up. Right, so that's back to there. We don't have a route forward, so let's scan. Head into there. Trinitos. We've got plenty of this. Let's reduce it to safe. Let's have a safe trip. Permission to report, Lord Captain. I keep receiving messages about strange behavior in certain ship systems. All decks report the uncontrollable opening and closing of doors, gates, and airlocks. They behave erratically and do not obey the operator's commands. Regrettably, this has led to casualties among the crew. Text priests have explained that these phenomenon are being caused by the machine spirit's irascibility, good word, and have spent hours chanting litanies to soothe their anger. Unfortunately, many crew members were badly injured before the prayers could stabilize the system. Oh, you want me to do what about that? 2 seconds, I'm just going to turn the oven on. Because it is almost pizza time. Right. Where am I going? Over here. Visit. Okay. Trinitos. Ooh, that looks like a big chaos fleet. Where are we? If I move, do they move as well? We've already got a plasteel, so I'm not going to do that. Well, why do you... 10 planners. Where was that log? The name is familiar. I've seen it somewhere in my observer's report. I think I know what was in that report, esteemed interrogator, but it's probably best if you don't say it aloud. Oh. Yeah. Right, let's go and bully these guys. The description. Profit factor isn't spent on buying items. It serves as a simple prerequisite. If you have high enough profit factor, you do not purchase the item. It will simply be yours for the taking. Ildari. Okay, and they're launching torpedoes. That's not great. We should definitely do the same. Go there. Just not enough. That, however, is. Would love to be able to see their movement ratings. Yeah, I was hoping that would inflict damage on them. Just out of range, damn. Oh, there. Oop. Okay, in that case, we don't want to be face on to them. We want to...
Helmsman, take us in.
I love this tactical overlay. I genuinely really enjoy the space combat here. Take control of that and move it forward for me. Holy crap! You were not well defended. I should have done it there. They're going to cut round there and it's not going to catch them. Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Okay, so these guys are ridiculously hard to hit, but ridiculously weak armor. Okay. I don't wanna. It's gonna blow me up.
Coordinates set.
We lost the shield. Emperor, protect us.
How are you able to not move? You're Eldari, you're bullshitters. I remember. So, for me to be able to get to there, it needs to be on 1, 2, 3, 4, and then across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then across. No, because that's going to be facing that way. I'm just not going to have the turn for it. I'm going to end up looping round here. So it might actually be better to go that way. I wish you could set up a broadside in advance, like anything that comes in, just, I want some PDF screen down now. Yep. Oh god. It hurts. Ah. Might be enough. Trap set and fucking achieved. Right, go there. Fire on that.
Hands, prepare for acceleration.
And then hit it with the prow guns. Damn, okay, I thought that would get it. Shit. Damn. Well, I guess at least I'm not going to be taking too much damage. No, I get to go before it does. Never mind. Ooh, what we got? Wraithbone fragments. Scrap. Again, I don't think that scrap will actually cover my repairs. Choose flagship common post abilities. And Arc Augury. A flagship's next shot gains 2 extra range. Useful. Move the flagship 90 instead of 45. The chosen sector of the flagship's void shield is reinforced until it suffers damage. Close of the Immaterium cause an enemy ship to immediately turn. I think reinforce. Oh, we get 2. Excuse me, keep hiccuping. And then we'll fuck with enemies as well. Oh, shit. We have more abilities there. Right, okay. So yeah, now he can rotate our shields. Repair's not actually that bad. Yeah, upgrade there. And let's go in with full hull, because this fight could be a lot worse. If that's a flag and 2 raiders, this could be a harder fight. An iconoclast. That's a not what I thought it was. I thought it was a broadside destroyer. What is that? Okay. Some torpedoes there for you, mate.
Make every shot count.
Just out of range. If I move there. Then fire. Hello, I'm here. I would like you to feck off a random direction, please, just to see what happens. And I'm going to reinforce port left side, so that that opening salvo does not destroy me. Thank you. Oh, please stay there. Okay, there's that. Boo, boo. Right, front guns on you. Side guns are just out of range. Constantly just out of range.
Coordinates set.
Nice. Rotate shields. Give me a... He's on front. Back off. Put the front shields up. Told you this was going to be a harder fight. Getting my damage that badly. Goddamn shields up. Might just get it into range. Rotate shields onto left. Gonna be close on him next turn though. Oh yeah, no, you're dead in my path. Hello. We like it. Oh, we got a new weapon. Stygies Pattern Macro Battery. 4 shots, 21 damage per. Better than ours. Some unholy amulets. Jeez, that was quite a bit of damage there. Let's go onto the ship. That's port and starboard, so it'd be one having more than the other, which is kind of annoying, but still better than not. I want more torpedo tubes. I'd love port and starboard torpedo tubes. That would be honestly freaking ideal. 4 shots, 14 damage per. Lance weapon dealing 55 damage. So that is what? 10, 40, it's 14, 28. 28 doubled is 16, 36, 40, 56. So if all of them hit, they do 1 more damage at maximum to that, which is just a single narrow firing arc. Wait, can I have 2 torpedo tubes? 2 torpedo tubes, done. Right. Well, now this sector is ours, I think it's time to relax a little bit. So I'm going to go grab some pizza with bolognese and lots of cheese on it, because I am that kind of heathen. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. I apologise for the lack of streams this week. It has been just, unfortunately, bad timing in one of those weeks. But there will be certainly more of this tomorrow. We might even make it to Janus. I kind of was just expecting to warp into the system and have some fun. I wasn't expecting a galaxy map, essentially. So that kind of threw me for 6. So I'm going to have some fun exploring on the way, but we'll make it to Janus, I reckon, and we'll see about getting some food for our citizens. So that will be tomorrow. Obviously, no day shift tomorrow, unfortunately. That is not something I will have time for because it's D&D. I will be playing my D&D. In the meantime, I'm going to send you from the depths of space to the depths of the ocean to visit a good friend of mine, real life friend who I met in college 20 years ago, who is playing Subnautica 2 at the moment, so give him some love. His name is Revolver, and we're going to go bother him for a bit. But I shall catch you guys later. Bye-bye.